Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. We're going to be starting off the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles tonight. First time playing this one entirely. I really don't have any idea the contents of it, aside from it is effectively a Phoenix Wright game. So we'll see how this one plays out. I've never encountered this branch of the series. Hey there, Jacob. Welcome. Joining us early, I see. Check in with the kitty cats here. Who do we got? We have Ember over on the bed pillow. And then it looks like we have the siblings. We have Sherbet and Mason, top to bottom, by the lower window. Ha! I beat stream elements to it. I totally set the game properly in Twitch. I did not forget to do that. Oh, and Sky has joined us up in the cat tree. Getting all situated in his classic pose. How are you doing today, Jacob? Game all set up here while we go. And Megan, hello. Just in time for our first view of this game. Apparently, it required a video codec.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Is this like around the Meiji era? Gasp.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh, well. This looks like the main character based on like box art and what have you. Adventure of the Great Departure. Oh, hey, Sammy's at the tree, too. Well, that's obnoxious. I have the fear that we're going to have to deal with that anytime this it prompts like this. We save while we're at it. Yes. This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Jacob. It is effectively the next in the line of Phoenix Wright, but it's set way in the past. We don't want that. High text box transparency. Still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. It's always the tricky part when you're watching a stream of a game that you might play yourself, is deciding whether you're going to get whether you're going to observe it unfold on the stream, or if you're going to try to keep ahead of it yourself as to avoid spoilers. Apparently, this game has a story mode where you just it's the text keeps playing out, and the game makes the right decisions for you. We won't be doing that. But Jacob, it sounds like you're unfamiliar with the game. This is a full-on detective game in which you, assuming it's like Phoenix, right? I presume it is. They have the same sort of title art. You find evidence, you talk to people, and then you go into a courtroom setting and very over dramatically play through the trial using the information that you acquired. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? So we're kicking off right away with the um, lead character or characters implicated in a murder. Faceless bailiff. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Unbiased. Ryunosuke. I think that's one of the tripping points, trying to learn Japanese, is that the romanization, or just the syllables that are presented, you don't say the Ryu the Ryu no Suke. It's there's that sort of blurring that happens in actual modern pronunciation that is tricky. Oh, and we're actually getting Naruhodo. I wonder if there's a meaning to the Ryunosuke that ties into that. Naruhodo was actually the name of the main character in the Phoenix Wright games, of Phoenix Wright. I don't know. Yeah. That was the same name they used for Phoenix in the U.S. version. They came up with an alternate name and used Wright for the same thing. I wonder if Ryunosuke has a corresponding meaning, or if it's just, the first name, the given name. I wonder if you read it. Yeah. That's cool, Tass. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. It makes you wonder if there's an assistant off camera to the left with a big old, paper fan that is just going to town to make that bandana work. That's fine, Jacob. I appreciate that you can watch when you can, but feel free to do whatever it is you need to do. Yep. At least you don't have to deal with spoken inflection. I know there are jokes that you'll see in some Japanese media where they will have somebody say something and the other person will do a visual gag misinterpreting it. where I think there was one that was like a type of wine, a particular bird's nest, and something else, depending on the context. It's akin to how you'll see characters in some anime that say, my name is this, written with the character for this. Yeah, it could also be that you have somebody standing off camera to the right, just holding on to the tail end of it, wiggling them up and down, knowing that they'll be outside of the frame. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. No, so you will hold your tongue or I will cut you. Now there's a legal defense. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Also, hello, maybe, Taz. How are you two doing today? Right, Renosuke? Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? I mean, that's pretty much worldwide. There are some places where that could be a method for settling a legal dispute. And we had that in the US. Historically, very recently. In this period, that sword is a real status symbol. It's less necessarily that they would be able to use it, but more that they would have it. Because if I recall, this is the period when the samurai as a caste are completely falling out of society. Might be after that. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Belly laugh. Ha ha ha. There you go again, apologizing. Seriously. There is this has the childhood friend vibe. The third childhood friend is off camera with a hand fan. They're just whipping up a breeze. Was it there were places where... Hey there, Levi. Just in time for the start. Hey there, Sherbet. Hello. Careful, you. Sherbet was leaning so much into the back scratches that he had to do that digging claws to avoid falling thing. Happily, he did not go for my neck or head. He instead went for the headrest. Yeah, there were places in Europe where dueling went out of like a formal dispute thing and went into more of a I don't know, bragging rights or like a social badge kind of thing. The that's why one of the stereotypes in the presentation of World War II stuff is Nazi officers with like scars on their faces. And that's that amongst the more privileged, the idea of a dueling scar was a badge of honor, that you had participated in a duel of honor. But they also didn't want to die because dueling was a huge risky scenario. So what they would do is they would set up these scenarios where they would get the scars. They would legitimately have somebody like slash them with all the trappings of a duel, but just to get the scar, just to get the cool scar. So they could say, oh, it's a dueling scar, even though there was no actual duel involved. Must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. The art style is good. I like that it's not that awkward transition to 3D that you sometimes see. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. Extra, extra. But obviously you didn't actually do it, did you? It would help my case if you didn't. Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Rinosuke. I have no idea. I know that's Kazuma, but I don't know Asogi. Maybe? My best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. He actually has one of those miniature inflatable tube men that you see out in front of used car dealerships behind his head. They just cut out the sound effect of the air pump. When you think about it, that would kind of be the coolest hat ever, wouldn't it? You get like a top hat with one of those extending out the top of it. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. So, we're already doing a Phoenix Wright similarity here, and that the characters suddenly speak after an internal monologue sequence as if they'd heard some portion of it, said out loud. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Yeah, at all times. Look, his hair is even blowing in this mystical breeze. I mean, it's a relatively benign superpower, but it's still a superpower. We were speculating on that, casemate. When we first encountered him, the bandana strands were going off camera, so maybe he had speculated that it was possible that there was somebody on the right off camera, like, puppeteering them. Our latest theory is that they're like one of those inflatable tube men. And that behind his head there's the air pump. He just mutters to himself audibly, huh? Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Yes, and it's able to move his bandana. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy the place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Much tradition. Well, this case has a personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about the procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once. Kazuma's, pose, especially when he goes to that sort of, at-rest pose, really strikes me as there's some heel clicking going on. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Are we gonna get to see, like, Winston Payne from the past? Pause. Pause. Awkward silence intensifies. Yep, there we go. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is, let's see, Yujin Mikotoba. Mikotoba? Mikotoba. A professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Welcome back, Jacob. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas duty. Study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Oh, dramatic music. What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that would lead to a conviction. Oh, man. I figured I'd win by pleading guilty. Throw them off their guard. But your suggestion sounds good, too. Yeah. Well, it's even beyond prequel. It's like way in the past, casemate. Like it's post-forced border opening in Japan. You know, the be westernized or be canoned period. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? Yes, I believe so, casemate. I don't recall exactly when it should fall. Like precisely, but this is during the period when everything like English is becoming super in. Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Impartiality! This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Drama. Well, we have the same tone of the baseline Phoenix Wright games. Nice, Andrew. Also, welcome, Andrew. Welcome. Oh, wow. So, Kazuma continues his mystical power to conjure a breeze. And, Ryunosuke there is, trying to stand calm, but is in an absolute panic. Look at his eyes go. The Supreme Court of Judicature? I've never encountered that one. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the looks of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Oh dear. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. That's never good on the defense side. Yeah, we're not going to tell anybody what happens in here. But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, why does everybody keep saying that? You're not reassuring me. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Gavel. It is. It is. We have Japanese... We have old Japanese Winston Payne. Wow. I have to say, they accomplished more regal than the Phoenix Wright judge. Like, that's a presence. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant of this trial? Oh, this is what he demanded that you say I do. He's saying you have to step in and defend yourself so that Kazuma doesn't have to. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. Ooh. But then, if I say I do... It is very fancy, isn't it, Jacob? I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Rinosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? Okay, so this is the whole... This has that same problem that you were talking about last time, Casemate. Is a moment ago we were seeing them sitting on the left side, with the prosecution on the right. And now it's the other way around. Why do we keep spinning? Hey there, Misa. Welcome. We're doing good. We're starting off with this game. First time playing it. Professor Miko Toba told me everything just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. So if we rotate so that the witness is in the center facing forward, then it makes sense that the defense is presented on the left. If the judge is in the center, it makes sense that the defense would be on the right, based on how they show the courtroom. But sometimes they're presenting the defense on the left, and then they pan right, and we still see the judge. So, it's twisty. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to... Phrasing. I mean, maybe they're great friends in university in a particular way. No, it's not that, really. It's just... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Miko Toba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Gavel! Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Oh, he's absolutely winced in pain. It's the same gesture, but he's holding a fan instead. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. He does. They've given him a lot of the same gestures of the Phoenix Wright character. And again, reasonable translation to 3D. There's a bit of the texture representing the sweat droplets cuts off strangely right here. There's like a angled box, like a diagonal here, that consumes the dropping sweat. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. There's a lot of questionable choices. First, Kazuma's dialogue, and then this pose with the sword here. Like... I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Gavel! As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? That's a fun phrase followed by thought. I'm going to test your knowledge. What is that? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. That's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Rinosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. Tutorial time. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. This is going to throw me off because the buttons are different. I think it was tab before. And E was the present button. If you find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. The University collar pin is similar to the Phoenix Wright logo. I think it's the O that they use in Phoenix, has that little starburst kind of pattern. Nah, it's just the court record is this little bank of tiny LEDs that you can press, you know? List of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Anything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. 2 p.m. was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Hey there, Nietzsche. Welcome to the channel. I am looking forward to this. We just finished up the Ace Attorney trilogy last week, so we're moving on to this one. The victim in this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Okay. Oh, wait. I should actually pay attention to his name. John H. Wilson. I would like to, but the remainder of them aren't available on PC, and that's where I would play them. So the Justice for All, like Apollo Justice ones, the Edgeworth Investigations ones, all of those. Hopefully they'll bring them over. My understanding is that Ace Attorney got enough positive that they also did Great Attorney Chronicles, so maybe we'll see the rest of them. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Find the victim in the People section of the court record and press R to present.
Yes!
Victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. I think this one was in the past year or two. The other ones, I believe, have been ported to, like, Android and whatnot so far. At least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to UMA University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you are well aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations, explains the closed court. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial UMA University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. Case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. How are you doing today, Nietzsche? And do you have any questions about the channel? Because I can go into the whole spiel if you'd like. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. Thank you, Nietzsche. I used to try to do voices for the characters, but I can only do subtle variations right now. I'd need to practice a lot more to get different voices. And I play enough different games over the course of the week. I do like one day of this a week, usually. So I would always forget what the voices were, and it wouldn't feel good. And then it started to wreck my voice. So generally, you'll just get this with inflection. You know, Casemate, you say that, but I feel like there are places that are going to pass laws to let you do that. We're, like, running down the road there pretty quickly. How dare you present yourself in this court without your rifle hat? And I appreciate it, Michi. I am pleased with the model as well. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. I've seen, like, some of the screenshots of me, of this imply to me that Dr. John Wilson is meant to be Watson, because a very Sherlock-looking character seems to appear in the screenshots. The nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Pause. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he was a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Gavel. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. That little hiccup on his toes and lean back he does. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was... Let's double check here. Let's see. Loss of blood from a gunshot. Inosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! This is going to throw me off. In the prior one, it was tab to open, E to present. Now it's E to open, R to present. And in Danganronpa, R is exit scene.
Yes!
Well... I love this animation. Almost certainly, maybe. There is a key binding screen. It's just going to take me a moment to remember it. There was already enough difference between Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright that it was weird. According to this document, the victim suffered from hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects the corpse to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. I see, as long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. These games are good times. Lately, generally, our play schedule is from 4 US Central on to about 9. If things are really rolling, we might go later, though I do try to stop myself. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Exactly, and they have this old-timey, very detailed, flash exposed photograph to go with it. I have absolutely gone till 11. I think our longest was like 2 or 3. That's part of why I've started playing things like Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa at the time of the week that we do. Because that gives us flexibility to run long easier for folks. Yeah, 2 or 3 a.m. for me. We've done that a couple of times with Danganronpa in particular. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Gavel! Almost looks like he's got like a brass hammer there. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think they're doing everything they can to emphasize how very traditional this guy is. Okay. I just noticed this. So, in Phoenix Wright games, the tutorial prosecutor is almost always Winston Payne. Winced in pain. The tutorial prosecutor in this case is Ouchie. His name is Ouchie. Oh, cute. For post-stream purposes, Nietzsche, I have a bag of lozenges nearby. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Um, so they demonstrated that some of them are with Godot, but maybe it's that everybody else is drinking like frantically off camera. Because at one point during the trials with Godot, they do show Phoenix with a coffee mug. So maybe whatever phantasmal entity is conjuring them for Godot is actually very busy in the courtroom. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Okay, so the defense attorney here, the lawyer, has the white with red stripe and gold trim, but it has the sort of badge that is the attorney's badge in the Phoenix Wright games. And ouchie, yeah. So he has a blue stripe with the same sort of badge that is the prosecutorial badge that we can see, not in the Phoenix Wright games, but we actually can see this in the Judgment game. Mafia has a badge like this on her collar. Neat. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hasunaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Fancy. Oh! He's got the consumption. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me. It really doesn't bother me. Maybe it should. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Oh, that's not blood. That's delicious jelly. Perhaps a cranberry sauce. They get their catering from the same place Danganronpa 2 does. Understood. Understood. Hasunaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. I mean, I wonder what the qualifier for blood is. I haven't looked that up. Because, could you consider blood people juice? Beetlejuice's less well-known brother? Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring. It's just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. It fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. It's generally not a good idea, despite what the sovereign citizen folks will tell you. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today? I mean, in general, it would be things like sanctions. Maybe contempt charges. They tend to go against, like, the lawyer. If it's sanctions, they would go against the, well, contempt could go anywhere. It's kind of the indiscriminate penalty. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Yeah, well, I'm interested to see how the penalties are handled in this one, but in prior Phoenix Wright titles, the penalties are like a health bar, which is why standard practice in a Phoenix Wright game is to save and reload like crazy. Huh? What did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Rinosuke? Right, maybe. That's why I was referring to, like, sanctions for lawyers and contempt for everybody. That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Rinosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have got into Yume University otherwise. You can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. So, we can... Well, this is a different system if we can interject now. All right, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. There is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. I mean, it can, Nietzsche. It's you might be technically, or at least according to your own ethics, doing the right thing, but legal sanctions for lawyers and contempt charges can be personally devastating. So it would depend on what you're facing, you know? Because unless you can be certain of results, facing like jail time or financial ruin can be not good. There is something I want to say. I'm just...
Yes!
Yep, okay. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Me, dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. You see, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. Any sort of legal sanctions would be handled differently. The very stringent flow of proceedings that they have in the Phoenix Wright titles seems to go counter to what goes counter to what we see even in some presentations of a Japanese court. In that there isn't as much of a... Well, there's also less wild flailing, you know? The Phoenix Wright titles have you feeling like you're just sort of blundering along, chucking things at the witness to see what sticks. But only when it's your turn. Hey there, is it Foxapal or is it like Foipal? Right, I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. As you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. Gavel. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. Are we going to be able to read the other side of the card? What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. So, the court has now heard a precise... Okay. Tell me this, internet. It's like a précis. Ha! Like summary speech. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Let's check something. Well, that's neat. But we lack the power to flip the card. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in court to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. They really do. It seems that there's this compulsion for somebody to encounter a bloody knife and, like, get down there, pick it up, turn it over a little bit, you know, really rub their hands in all the gore, lick it a little, wait until the police show up while you're holding it, and then, like, it wasn't me. Do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikotoba said it. And so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Exactly. The fact that my fingerprints are all over the murder weapon, that my DNA is on the murder weapon, and that the victim's blood is all over me now. Completely a coincidence. I just wanted to see what it felt like. What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Well, here is our Mia Fey. Right down to some of the poses. Oh. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Clack. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. This reminds me a bit of the Phoenix Wright Professor Layton crossover, where multiple witnesses could be on the stand at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Oh, wow. I mean, it looks like there's some boot clicking when it's Cosma, but only for particular poses. For this guy, there is boot clicking. Yes, sir, the great Neon Imperial Army's Sergeant Iesanosa. Iesanosa. I'm not seeing it with him, but we'll see. Oh. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. There we go. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nihon. Well, this is the beginning of our playthrough of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, spectator. We're just getting started with the actual case, so we'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to it. Seems neat. In any event, welcome to the channel. I hope you'll have a good time. And this is true with everyone, but this is a relatively casual channel. If you want to chat or have questions, feel free. This is a very narrative game, so we've got plenty of time for that. While we're at it, let's just do a quick cat check. Okay, so we've been watching Sky. He's in the upper left. Then the other kitty that is visible... Oh, well, looks like Mason was looking out the window bottom middle. Let's switch over to Ember on the left. She be snoozing. I conduct trade, my trade from Rasutai, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korakuta. Okay, so the first part is Curio. So far, no, but you'd expect that but as you might expect, I would be interested to see if they could ride on it. Definitely not a nanotype. But they could definitely snooze atop the flat top that is a nanotype's head. Or, I'm sorry, a catbot's head. see. Orikuta. I don't get how the second part of it, but the curio part is obvious. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. I don't recall him mentioning that, but you know. I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. Oh, no, it jams it. They just obscure it. Though, I have never had one of them actually look directly into the lens to see if it would change the face. But if you ever see me just freeze while I'm talking about one of the cats, it's because they've gotten in the way of the camera. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. That's yet to be seen, Spectator. If it holds true with the rest of the Phoenix Wright series, then we're going to have to prove someone else guilty. Nominally, ideally, we would just have to prove ourselves innocent. And that is the stated goal. Like, we want to be innocent, but usually in a Phoenix Wright title, you prove innocence by proving someone else guilty. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular of La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. Which would make sense if he's hovering around a Western-style one, is that he could catch people that are Western enthusiasts, but ideally he could catch foreign visitors. Because people coming over to Japan during this time period are going to be full kind of exotics enthusiasts. Like, let's go see this backwards country and look at all of their quaint crafts kind of stuff. Exactly, maybe. Cat observation is critical both from an R&D perspective, but also from a preventative maintenance perspective. Cat hair is one of the more destructive forces in the world when it comes to electronics. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Yo. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. And I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Eyewitnesses. Infallible testimony. During this time period, they absolutely would be viewed that way. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah, I could see the TF2 soldier's voice working for him. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Gavel. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. It looked like a little black revolver. Like a little snub-nosed looking revolver. We may see it, hopefully we'll see it again. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. Yeah, this does very much remind me of the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover, which involved time travel. You had like a witch trial kind of thing going on. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. There is a sound that we're hearing while I'm narrating here. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. From the back, a cowardly little weasel. Oh, okay. That's our first contradiction. The shot is to the front. So that's these are gonna be 2 points. One, he says he was shot in the back. We know he was shot in the front. They're of course going to call out, well, it was probably an exit wound that I actually saw. But no, the bullet lodged in him and did not pass through. I don't know if they'll bring that up since it is supposed to be a single shot. It might just be the guy exaggerating and using like military terms, you know? I wonder if Korekuta is supposed to be like collector. So curio collector. And yes sir, no sir. I was on my hands and knees looking for my missing curio. Yep. That's distinctly possible too, casemate. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. It's a baby. He has a baby on his back. That is a... Man, that old man has all kinds of stuff that he's looking at. That the straps across his front, that is a... I don't know what you call it, but that's something that they'll see there's a baby swaddled and like connected to those. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Okay, shorter barrel. There's your firearm, casemate. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there is a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Inosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Neat. I wonder how much historical accuracy they're going to shoot for in this. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Clack. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this. I feel like him shouting out yes is something that's missing something. Like there may be the word that is used, that it is translated from, might be one of those there are multiple meanings based on context. And as an exclamation, like, though perhaps they're referencing the idea that he's a student and it's like calling attendance. The name of the emperor is the meaning of this outburst. Like the way he is raising his hand and what he's shouting out to me invokes that concept, is like a roll call. I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? Clack. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. No, dang, he actually knows what he's talking about. Kazuma is so commanding. Gavel. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rinosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? He didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Desk thump. Let's go, Rinosuke. Don't let them beat you. Oh, so in standard Phoenix Wright, the gesture that he just did is the desk thump, or desk slam, as it were, and it's always like a big thump, like shakes the courtroom kind of gesture. And then he does this, and it's this meek little slap, this anemic little pop sound, and how he glanced down at his hand, whether that's because it was like ow, or that he's shocked that it didn't make the sort of noise that it did when Cosmos thumped the desk. That's amazing. All right, then. It's all or nothing. Okay, we're going to take a quick pause right here. I will be right back, folks. Just a couple minutes. Well, few minutes. Getting settled back in, folks. We'll be restarting in a moment. There we go. Come on, camera. There you go. All right, what the witnesses saw, cross-examination. Okay. All right, the penalty system looks like it's going to be even less forgiving. There's only 5 pips. Now, I don't mind that. The 10 pips were largely irrelevant, since the minimum punishment was generally 2 pips. Let's see here. Standard practice. Adjusting regulation beef steak. Extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio. Firearm was discharged. Saw it with my own eyes. Varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back. Okay, we're gonna... Shot from the front.
Yes!
Pause. 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 Also pause. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. Oh, I like the dramatic... Are they going to keep up with that? Where it's... He's doing some of the Phoenix Wright gestures, but he's not good at it. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Desk thump. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Ooh, back of the hand. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Yasunosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? See the baby? Well, What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? It's like they've set up an outer layer to their face and just attached a animated texture to it. Because if you look, the sweat drop here on the left flows pretty cleanly along the contour of the model. So it seems like there is if I had to say, an expression layer on top of the surface of the model that the expression can be pinned to, like assigning a texture to a model form that is just outside the base one. Sir, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Diaz-Sanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in the grand courtroom. Irk. Been a complete turnabout in this the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. He said the thing. He said turnabout. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoi-era Koban, my prized coin. If I recall, the Koban are those, they're kind of like, almost like pill-shaped coins. Like, thick and flat with a big old stamp on them. But sort of a, regular oval. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop. Ratsutai. In the hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, It was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. This kind of speech pattern, the Yoda-like speech, hunting under the table I was. They did the same in that old Rurouni Kenshin anime to indicate that the person was using an archaic dialect. They were speaking in an be kind of not like old English, but like older than formal English kind of English. Somebody adopting like faux Shakespearean English kind of stuff. Then it happened. Bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. That zoom. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Silence. Gavel. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Dang. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. Clack. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Gavel. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. But is Kiriko glass clear? Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. They've stepped up the wordplay pretty heavy here. Ido, Ten-shun? Your father is about to quell the enemy. That's adorable. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. It's enough of these outbursts already. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
They're all decidedly looking away. You call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there was only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch. Don't understand. What's going on here? It's not possible that no one else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. It's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Ouchi, take such an ouchie. will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires as an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. Oh no, Kazuma. Gavel! The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. He's acting all gracious in victory again. The true culprit. A Maggie Simpson against killing Burns scenario. Personnel present. all by himself. Okay, so we're gonna go fully through.
Yes.
No, it's not the same thing at all. Start, I didn't fire that gun. I have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension. The sound of the firearm rang in my ears. The very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Let's not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that right? Pause.
Yes.
It may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, it's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes.
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you've been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there is indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. The Hata Clinic. A reoccurring location in the Phoenix Wright series is the Hati Clinic. With the implication that things like plastic surgery happen there. In one of the cases, it's reconstructive plastic surgery, you know? So, this has got to be a riff on that, given the one-letter difference. There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for his medical report card to be submitted as evidence? I've yet to encounter a circumstance in this series ever where you shouldn't.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Little bit of a lip twitch here. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Oh, they should know their place. I'm old, you're young. I'm big, you're small. I'm right, you're wrong. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Pretty much, spectator, that's a big point of contention so far in this trial, is Kazuma jumping in to make sure that the rights of the defense and the proper procedure are actually followed, and Ouchi trying to railroad the whole thing for political expediency. Need right now is clues. Hata Clinic. Fork, knife, partially eaten steak, carbonated water. Okay, we can see the same layout behind the body. So, from any perspective in this location, the entrance area is obscured. So I feel like this is going to come into play, that from this location, from this part of the kitchen, you can't see everything. And somebody in the kitchen would have difficulty seeing all of the tables. We have to explore things from every possible angle. Even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong the trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korikuta-san. Alone with the Englishman. Alone he was, the Englishman.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support our statements as well. I mean, all the picture proves is that he alone was eating, not that he dined alone. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Just gonna make sure we can plonk down a save here. Just in case they ask, can you show proof? If no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. You mean this? This is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Notice that some pieces of evidence bear the magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Space, and if you take a closer look at the piece in question, use the arrow keys. Ooh, excellent. Okay, we can turn stuff over. We'll be avoiding the bloody receipt incident. Hopefully. Using WASD. You can move the crosshair around to hunt for clues that may have been missed. Crosshairs start to pulsate. Press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at the medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Right, I'll see what I can do. This Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I'd ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. It's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Anesthesia? That's how you say it, right? Anesthesia? Extraction of molar? You mean like he had a tooth taken out? Would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Heard of this anesthesia? I like how we're in a time period where they're like, yes, it's this new trend in surgery. Reducing pain. I know. Who would have thought that we could avoid having to hurt people during medical procedures? I mean, it is a kind of breakthrough. It's just, it's amusing to hear it referred to like that. Well, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours. Exactly. You walk in, you say you have a dental appointment, they douse a rag in ether, and they knock you right out. You come to, and ideally a procedure happened. Even better if it was the right one. No food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Yeah, this contradicts the steak. This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. It goes from being a, he definitely was dining alone, to there was somebody else eating the steak. What was it? There is a type of, I think it's a narcotic, that they were speculating what its impact on the nervous system and in particular pain was. And the way that they experimented on it was to effectively to have the assistant keep getting doped up and to have the researcher just wail on them. Like, the litany of things that were done to that assistant was horrific. Broken bones, like beat on with a golf club, all kinds of stuff. But again, it was like a narcotic. Definitely. I wanna look at that card now. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division. That's not his business card. This is the business card. Oh no, this is. He's not a waiter. That's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see what it says? Where it says the witness's name there? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. Sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job. Oh. Chief Inspector. Primary Criminal Investigation Division. What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. That's why he didn't want to give it up. Oops. Already read this. Click, 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 click. Yeah, that is a heavy interference kind of scenario. I think we can present this here.
Yes!
Nope. Nope.
Yes!
Okay, saw somebody there. Okay, I think this last one is the statement, because we can prove that there must have been another person there now. This is the same spiel. This might be new, because we have just what we need. Simply a case of using it to our advantage. Do you mean there is a discrepancy? The crucial point is the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. The fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. Keep your eye on the progress of the battle. It's the only sure way to win.
Yes!
Oh, it's not there. Another reason that you do this is to save yourself going through those loops.
Yes!
Go through the presses again here. Must have noticed someone else at his table. There was a lady there. 2. That's why he was alone. There's no reason. Okay, I think we might be able to use this here then, the visual inspection line. See if this one sticks.
Yes!
Wow. Well, here, let's wait. There might be...
Yes!
Let's just go through them here. Sure that I was holding a gun. It's only because I picked it up. It's about to leave the restaurant, saw the gun, picked it up, gunshot rang out. Picked up the gun, I didn't pick up the coin. Thing.
Yes!
You actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. The old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. This can clearly be seen. It's only a single beefsteak. A meal for one. No. Why are they going to lie? Here? Because this is where they mention the...
Yes!
Okay, music stopped. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? Wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. Inosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out, when you raised your hands straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right, and thanks for the advice. Deep breath. Deep breath. Furukuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Attention!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, amateur? What? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is simply no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no basis on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. The stinger and the music change when he says dental clinic. Must expect like a roll of thunder. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating... What are you trying to say? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. The carbonated water was for him. No, that can't. Korikuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. But wait, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh, actual table thump. He's getting better. But that cannot possibly be the case. It is. He's raising his hand and saying yes, because he's not familiar with the whole thing. Kazuma is doing the heavy desk thumps and pointing and objecting. Ryunosuke only is familiar with classroom etiquette, so he's raising his hand and asking permission to speak. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Ha ha. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes. Definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? Gavel! Court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone who was sitting at the professor's table. Not let this go, will you? There was no such person. Yes, there was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence that a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Erg. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. We will tie you up in red tape forever. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Hey, wow! It's like the second time in Phoenix, right, that they actually implied perjury is a thing. Though to be fair, it's this is not the second time in Phoenix, right? This is a different continuity, as it were. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! It also changes, like, recontextualizes his at ease pose. Because if you look, when his hands are behind his back, they're cradling the bottom of the little baby carrier. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. Uh-oh. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Whoops. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuda? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? What is the meaning of all of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Gavel! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Quack. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there's only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any idea about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. We need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail. Found a new clue as a result. That I like. I thought they had something like that in the Apollo Justice ones. They had a little of that in the extra cases with was it like Ida or something like that? The little wannabe forensics girl? Where you could review some evidence more closely and, like, rotate it around. But apparently those chronologically occur in the middle. But release-wise occurred well after the original trilogy. So maybe they incorporated that same functionality here, which is good. That's right. Not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. Let's check and see if there's anything else we can look at. A bullet, close range, no exit wound. I wonder how this will come up, the magnifying lens. No time to lose. Gavel! I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. Just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. It's gonna... Pretty sure it's gonna be the waiter guy. But, you know. Phoenix Wright rule set. Deep breath. Ooh, we got the fade to black. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate these witnesses is... that guy. Surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand? Poppycock. possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity is...
Yes!
Oh, that's right. He's got the, he's got a bit of the temple tap that Edgeworth has. You know, I wonder if that's actually going to show up later. Could it be that post this trial, that Ryunosuke becomes a defense attorney, and then Kazuma shows up again as a prosecutor? That'd be a neat parallel with the Phoenix Wright series. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure that we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Yeah, there's some interesting opportunities here. It will ultimately depend on the circumstances of Ryunosuke going forward. Because if it continues the way it is, then the expectation would be Kazuma goes overseas. But is it that he goes overseas and then Ryunosuke encounters him later? Or is it that he goes overseas and brings Ryunosuke with him? Because the latter case would lean against a adversarial relationship developing. Pause. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. Waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. It is. It's Edgeworth's pose. It is Edgeworth's pose. Though with Edgeworth, there's usually a bit of a glare in that pose, like I've got you now kind of thing. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? Why am I always the last one to find out anything? I'm a prosecutor. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular citizens are concerned. So, witnesses there on the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? The implications here is that this police detective, whether he's acting in concert with the rest of the organization or just acting independently, is trying to create a diplomatic incident. Because if it was a local that killed the English guest, then that would be viewed as, from a political perspective, it would be very bad. You know, How could they let one of their own people murder one of ours? But if it was one of theirs that killed somebody else, it's harder to turn that into an issue. Now, the way the trial is handled could be used to continue that. Well... He has returned. Inspector Hosonaga. Wow, he has a really different musical line, doesn't he? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Flashback, and he's like very concerned that that goes into evidence. Oops. I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. This is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. Oh, he showed his eyes. Characters with glasses often have that kind of pose, where the eyes are concealed by the glasses, and that revealing the eyes in a pose like that is used for dramatic effect. It's akin to the old, like, maybe 50s era, 50s and after era snatching the glasses off your face, you know? The classic, my God, kind of pose. But in this case, as a, like, I have you now kind of pose. So you mean to say you're really a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. Ah. I wonder if that's meant to be a reference to Detective Gumshoe in the Phoenix Wright series. You're a detective, you must be paid nothing. Was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Definitely, completely unrelated. Don't worry about it. Trust me. Just ignore the fact that I did a lot of witness tampering and deceived the court just now. Just set that aside. You can trust me now. So the question is, does the court trust him now? Let's see how Phoenix Wright this goes. Sorry, my bad. I completely disrupted this investigation and definitely lied to all of you. But it's okay now, right? We good? Oh yeah, we good. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? The eyes concealed by glasses now. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bong. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. There we go. And this is very plausible. If there's any sort of question, if there's anything fuzzy about them accusing the other, British national, then they're not going to like that. They're going to feel like, oh, you're hiding the actual murderer to protect your own people. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Long pause. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for overseas study. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Is this meant to be an allusion to Dahlia Hawthorne? A college student involved in a murder? And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. They're not trying to say jailbait, are they? She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, but I feel like that's a stretch with that name. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Gavel! Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you're going against the special orders you were given by the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. The way that they're presenting him, the whole appearance of the inspector, is Butler. It is very much Butler, including the phrase to execute it flawlessly. The only thing they'd need is for him to be named like Sebas or something like that, but that doesn't line up with the time period and setting. So, won't be a problem? Bark, gag, choke. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution will call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. It's almost a bit of like a kowtow there, you know? Like forehead to floor kind of thing there. Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. It would be kind of fun with this kind of game to have what amounted to like a parody or blooper reel. I could really do without the slow typing. It is not skippable. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimony. It seemed like you were going to die, that you were completely hopeless, but then you started to show some shred of competence. Good for you. I think you might have natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I need to get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. It was very much the kind of compliment that ends with pat, pat on the head, you know? It's Giselle Brett. Student from Great Britain, is she? So I was trying to tell everyone from the start. You checking something? Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. I can see that. About this young gentlewoman. Thanks to your detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. Didn't have time to think about the sound of the gunshot. Interesting. So, he found the gun on the floor, and they heard a bang after. And they make a point of calling out that in the West there would be an autopsy, but here they just look at the body and make a judgment call. One noteworthy thing is the body doesn't have, like, blood around the wound. Now, it could be meant to be like it's soaked into his clothes, but look at that. Like, chest wound, and there's really just the scorching around the bullet hole. Could it be that he was dead before the shot rang out? Like, maybe this is a poisoning kind of scenario? And that the gunshot was as much cover, like, toss gun on floor, and use that to implicate somebody else. That's convoluted enough to be a Phoenix Wright plotline, so let's see. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. And because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside in the dining area. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn what they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour in Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best. If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. It is nice as well that they're, without relying on the paper doll being front and center and staring at you, they actually turn to look to the front camera. Like, you are looking out of Ryunosuke in this scenario. They turn and look right at you instead of looking at each other. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier in the morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. It was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma. Eventually, we're going to find out who she is. Defendant. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. I wonder if we're going to get the equivalent of Von Karma eventually. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Von Karma is a villain/prosecutor in the Ace Attorney trilogy, the quote modern day Phoenix Wright games. And he is like, he controls he actively sets out to control the courtroom, to manipulate witnesses, fake evidence, and he is like, he has heavy villain vibes. Like, he could easily be like a spy movie villain. And it turns out he's a murderer too. Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about. I wonder what the badges mean. So the badge on the right is the school badge. Then we've got the, whatever this little vertical thing is, this little lantern-looking dealie. Ryunosuke has one too. Kazuma has this star that Ryunosuke lacks. Now, I thought they were in the same year, but if the year is different, then maybe that's what the star denotes. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinion, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Nah, it's electronic manufacture and automotive. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who would arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. That and animation. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. Little brats. Gavel. Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. It really is. It's meant to be an incredibly deep bow. My God. A delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. Oh, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation to the court? Now, I don't know if they're meant to be, like, slobbering over her like they did with Dahlia in the Phoenix Wright series, or if this is emphasizing they're being very careful about an English person in the courtroom. It is like maximum bustle, like if you look, they're trying to create a parallel between the swan hat in her whole posture. But yeah, she couldn't high society woman any harder if she tried. I've been working undercover as the head Yes, we know all about that. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Rinosuke, but your powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Gibber, gibber, gibber. Nobody speaks. It's either going to be English or French. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Gibber, gibber, gibber? Gibber, 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 gibber. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical facility. Faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rinosuke. Gavel. I like how you get the full arm movement to the gavel strike in this. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Gibber, gibber. Gibber, gibber. She says, yes. Wow. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the ones who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, would it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening. It was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Dressed like a cake with a bird on it. Gavel! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. I saw it. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Gavel. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Gibber gibber. Oh man, they're gonna make us go through this. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterward, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose word the court is going to believe. There's some commentary that we could derive from that. Like, the phrasing strikes true in some other ways. Still making the same mistakes, Rinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. There is everywhere about her person that she could conceal a firearm. She is wearing all of the concealment locations. There are rifles that could be hid in that bustle. Thank you, game. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. You don't need pockets. I mean, pockets are super convenient. I mean, you don't need pockets to conceal a gun, especially in that. It's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress to prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. If you're right about that, you're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. It's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Smirk. Gavel. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are on vogue. Isn't that right? Yes. Oh, no. And they're doing it in cursive script. Cute. Like, initially, it was cursive. It was, like, very vague cursive script. Broken up into, segments. But I do appreciate that they're skipping the 2-stage translation now. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. Oh, man. So what happened at the restaurant? What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. So, the table has clearly been altered because in the shooting photo we can see that the steak is front of where the professor is sitting. What a harrowing experience. Harrowing? To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Black. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Just double check there. Yeah, there's just one glass. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Gavel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. It was brilliant. Going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that. Save the game.
Yes!
Music stopped. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. I love how they say photographic print. As to most of them, it's a pretty new thing. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That was exactly as it was left. That is correct. Just a moment. Cat seemed to have been startled by something. We have a camera obstruction. And by camera obstruction, I mean I can't read the text. Sky's in the way. Zoom. Okay. Sherbet's curled into a ball there on the top of the cat tree. So from where the cats are sitting right now, Sky's back is to the screen. Camera 1 is jammed up. Cameras are having some difficulties. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. What's odd in the defense is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Gasp! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference could the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? The E is rendered differently. I wonder if that is a specific form of E. But minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. I wonder if there's a cipher for this. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I would try to hide the fact that I had been there at all. Good gracious. I like how her mask can, do smiley eyes. Sorry. There, as I assured the court, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? If she is able to hide a glass, she can hide a gun. That's absurd. Oh, really? Black. So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Perhaps shenanigans or hooliganery. Welcome back, Megan. We now have the mystery woman on the stand. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful young lady was very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the facts remain that the glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. This student has been trying to bring logic and facts into this courtroom, and we won't have it. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Gavel. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? I'm gonna say no. Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Slap. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Gasp. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. See, I think this is the case, is there's something about the process in which Wilson was potentially dead before this went down. Let's say there's only one glass because she set out to poison him. He drinks from the glass of water that he's allowed to drink from. She does not have any of the drink. He is in some way incapacitated. Right. She took his... Oh, that's even better, maybe. She took his glass. He tries to pull his gun, but drops it. And she shoots him to finish him off. This is my theory. My crazy Phoenix Wright world theory. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosunaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? It's fun to theorize on these when you have something to work from. Danganronpa is more of a, what do you think happened after the murder, as opposed to being able to predict in this quite the same way. Like, actually, no. Both of them have that same feel, is once the murder happens, you can start to speculate. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No. I like how in this they can preserve the poses as they do the dramatic pan out too. Gavel. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. One of the nice things about this scenario is they have set it up so that the standard conceit of the Phoenix Wright world works. We have to prove that she did it. because otherwise he's going to be found guilty by expedience. Like, they need to throw somebody under the bus. And it will either be him or they can, without a shadow of a doubt, 100% conclusively show that it was her. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Him coughing up blood like that has got to come up as a thing, unless they're trying to call out that this is like the era of tuberculosis or what have you. Oh, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. That's a thought, maybe. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I had thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Ah, okay, it's a mesh bag. Well, I never. As you can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Oh, yeah, good point. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Smack. Gavel. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Gavel. You've had long enough to cross-examine the witness. Boop. It's like almost like a brand, but it's like a bull. Like a bull's head. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Huh? Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. So, interesting sentence given that it very, very easily implies cannibalism. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. Snap. Clack. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Gavel. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Inosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me,
Yes!
I hereby find you... Oh, full desk thump. Wait, Your Excellency. Dramatic music continues. Breeze kicks back up for headband. I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. Does he? He doesn't have that on his other hand. I wonder what's up with that. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there is no problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. No problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing. Let me just take a look again here. Why was everything turned around? Like, the looks of the pictures are that they took them after, like, staging things. Like, they rotated the chairs. Like, here. Like, they've rotated him away from the table. I don't know that that's going to be significant because they might be prepping things to be photoed, you know? They've established that they're not exactly into the forensics era of investigation yet. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution has become tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. Only I could put my finger on it. Are they trying to bait us towards the mark near his hand? Doesn't seem right. Can't put my finger on it, you know? Am I reading too much into this? Gavel. We'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? Oh, wow. Be warned that if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect, and I'm gonna kill a man with my hammer. So sinister looking, isn't it? If I'm not satisfied with your answer, I'm bringing this hammer down one more time, decisively. But hey, we have clear evidence that the judge stays hydrated. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Identify where you can see the significant detail. Click.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description. Gasp. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing, either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Mutter, 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 gibber. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What is your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe the burn has something to do with this case? I mean, it has to. But let's see if they're presenting us with a choice of why it does. Because I hope it's not, does it? Because so far they have preserved the Phoenix Wright tradition of asking you questions that are, well, do you want to lose the trial right now? Or do you want to continue? And I think those are silly as all get out. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hopes that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? Really? If you can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Give it up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then could you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Deep breath. This is the moment of truth. Let's check the court record here. Oh, let me skip. Yep. They've got no autopsy, no forensics, nothing. Find evidence that proves what the burn really means. Defense will now present its evidence to the court. Right there. Case I'm off, but it is the, it's the same mark that's on the plate.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Like, is that meant to be like an archery gauntlet or something like that? Because that would be the, it would be possible that that would be the arm holding the bow. So you would need the guard on it. And he is a student. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? Snap. To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. There's two things. One, why is the stake in front of where the guy would be? Now, why has he been burned by the plate that it was on? Could that be it? Could it be related to he's not supposed to eat while he's still under the effects of it? Maybe it did something to him? How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? Black, you can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. They do let you save a lot more often than in prior Phoenix Wrights.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Gasp! Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Gasp! The emblem on the plate. In the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Inosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before, or the day before that. Most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. Man. When you think about it, that is a dark burn. Like, it's showing up as nearly black in the picture, which means it would be at least a dark red. So that would be a pretty crispy branding there. There's no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was to be around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. I think this lends more to the poisoning. Right. They're saying like, oh man, it's like he would have screamed out, he would have made a lot of noise, but he didn't. Because his hand went limp and just laid on the mark. Now, under that theory, he should have burnt the rest of his hand, but let's roll with the fact that only the bull emblem was superheated. Oh, that's right. He was on painkillers. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. That's another possibility, maybe. The painkillers could have suppressed it. But man, for them to still be in that kind of effect, that's some good stuff. The head, like, for him to be fully functioning enough to be at the restaurant and to still not feel that kind of pain. That's some potent full-body painkiller action going on. I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
I mean, typically that kind of stuff is very localized, though, like maybe your whole jaw kind of territory, but I wouldn't suspect your whole body. At least not far enough to get to your right hand. Though I don't know. I've never had a procedure of sufficient magnitude. I have had, teeth have been pulled. Something isn't right there. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. Interesting. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Is the implication here that it's the anesthetic at work? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds, that would be beyond careless, I think. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Yep, poison is still a possibility. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? therein lies the question, maybe. It is still possible that Phoenix Wright convolution is involved here, where they make something needlessly complicated. But we'll have to see how that plays out. But we also have to think that there are two guns in play, because they heard the loud bang. If there is a second gun, where is it? You know, right. If there was a second gun, then it could be toss the gun on the floor and wait for somebody to grab it. But that's a gamble. But again, Phoenix Wright convolution. Just don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? We're heading into a decisive moment. And I'm not sure I've decisived it. Never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this. I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one very particular circumstance. Are you suggesting and you'd probably get some other reaction when you woke up and be like, why does my wrist hurt? Why am I in a restaurant? The man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. It's absolutely right, Your Excellency. It's just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Ooh. So that's another marker, is if he was already dead, putting the beefsteak in front of him made it look like he ate at the table, which would further push the illusion that he was still alive. This is even sillier than anticipated. I mean, we're close to my theory, but it's definitely a different direction. Like, I hadn't assumed the already dead. Now the question is, how the already dead? Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Gavel. Sorry to say, Miss Brett. that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. The taking of the cup, I think, emphasizes the poison possibility, don't you, maybe? Thank you, Your Excellency. Smirk. Was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Yep, there you go. She speaks Japanese. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Pratt, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Wow. Again, very plausible for the time period, let alone shades in now, but the very aggressive way that she's presenting it is very plausible for the time period. The whole tourist location gimmick with Japan right now is the kind of thing that you'd see where it's like, hey, you can go here and you can see the locals' quaint little towns and, you know, try some of the exotic cuisine kind of vibe, you know? And we'll bring culture to them. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. That is a very elaborate curtsy, isn't it? Not just the how she's delicately, you know, forefinger and thumb, or you know, ring finger and thumb, holding the side of her dress, but also the very the very fluid flip of the mask downward as she's doing that. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be, some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show. It's poison. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. So it's either she took the glass that had the poison in it, or she took her glass to conceal that there was a second person at the table. Um, and left the poison drink there. Then the waiter takes a drink because it's like, oh man, this is crazy, and ends up poisoning himself. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet is getting very accustomed to jumping up in the back of my chair to get pets. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Wow. She, she may not have concealed a gun on her person, but she concealed a whole truckload of racism, didn't she? Just whipped it out and slammed it on the table there. Oh, oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone, except for everyone else in this courtroom. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. This guy's getting a little toasting in. Isn't that right, Sky? Yeah. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. She is, she's something else, isn't she, Tess? It is an entire, like, government and military tribunal, and she's essentially just pointing to all of them like, you're all savages. I shouldn't have to be here. Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, but and put up with the cross-examination now. Gasp. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Gavel. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So the cheek slap is new. But that nod was definitely a Phoenix Wright nod. It is amusing seeing him slowly develop into, older times Phoenix Wright. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Everything's really smooth. Like, the animations are great. Like I was saying, the fact that we can see the poses when they do the panouts, it's not just the sort of fixed image that they always showed before. It lets them create different scenes accordingly, like Ryunosuke slumped over the desk or the prosecutor still in shock kind of stuff. They can even do poses for the witnesses and the judge accordingly. And like I said, I love the way that you see the gavel swing now, where it follows the hammer. You know, the arc up and back, the kind of slow swing at the peak, and then it slams down. It's a really nice touch. No idea when he burnt his wrist like that. His hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? What fun. You hadn't realized. Man, that smirk. Oh, she's looking down on us so hard you can see straight up her nose. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. I'm going to have to ask you to commit ritual suicide now. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Ah, yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes.
Well, I can't. Anyway... Waiter brought my steak. The professor and I raised our glasses. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Oh. I've had enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you. Get a load of this. I told him it means peace among worlds. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. Okay, that's significant. Hello again, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet is a very strafey cat. He jumps up, wants me to pet him a whole bunch. He'll, like, lean against the back of my head while it's happening. And then he'll be done and he'll jump and move along. I can feel a couple of war wounds along his neck here. He's gotten into scuffles with Ember and Sammy now and again. Little scratch scabs, you know? Sherbet has become so comfy that he is now acting as my headrest. He has slipped down between my neck and the back of the chair. Which is a great deal of risk for me, because if he decides he wants to scramble back to his feet, there's a lot of dangerous surface area for him to grab onto. As I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot.
Yes!
It's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. It's hello. As you stopped. Yes. Luckily for all of us, the little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate any other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to the innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. That's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. I have to see if Sherbet will take to a brush because he's a little more sheddy than the others. It's, hello, buddy. Hello. Hello. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove this, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do tell me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There'd be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. The clown, casemate? Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh, yeah. The woman are almost definitely the killer. On my honor, Taki Tsuchiauchi will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Evidence. Yeah, the way his name is presented looks like you're saying, take such an ouchie. Since he is the old Japan version of Winston Payne.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Nice. and they layer it. I mean, it's just... There's so much play on words going in there. In the lands of the Great British Empire, police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business, as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Okay, so this kind of thing that they're showing here reminds me of some of the Apollo Justice games. I don't remember it very clearly, but I think in the Apollo Justice series there was something that was like you could spot when somebody had relevant info, like that they were lying to you because there would be visual tics. I think they did something similar in the Professor Layton games too. Well, in the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover. Like right there, he coughs up some more blood again, and now he's looking at it and actively thinking. Like, wait a minute. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. As I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or cross-examination will be over. I'm guessing new mechanic is imminent. Let's find out. But that would mean I have to find a way. Must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see if we can get what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Yeah, this reminds me of the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover, where when somebody's making a statement, the other people might be reacting to parts of it. And you need to prod them about it. Maybe that's where I'm remembering this from. Find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
He said his whole thing, casemate, kind of screams that they wanted him to be a butler. Or they're using that same vibe, that same sort of manservant vibe to him being a waiter. So that whole his spine is actually like like some sort of flexing steel rod. Store information. Once you investigate once, that's it. I think it was the prior statement. Oh, here we go. Oh, yep. There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before, but why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? It kind of leaps out really obviously, doesn't it, casemate? I feel like they could have done... Well... I wonder if they could have done it in the same way that they've managed to integrate, like, the sweat drops and whatnot, so that it blends more in. Even the text box kind of blends in with the presentation. When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thoughts. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? The moment we're focused on Miss Brett, yes. This is like the Professor Layton one. I really hope that game gets re-released if it comes out on Steam. We will play that so hard, so fast. Well, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Where you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. You ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. So first I should move the marker, focus on the detective, then pursue him with space.
Wait. Excuse me.
Ah, what is the meaning of this? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. Really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? Is there something you'd like to say, please? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. Did you bring enough information for the rest of the courtroom? What is the meaning of this? I like the way he wipes the sweat down his face. When he brushes his hand down his face and wipes away the sweat and like clenches his fist, that's the same gesture you'll see people acting like pretentious actors, how they'll change the emotion that they're presenting. And he does. He goes from like sweating and like troubled to imposing. It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. Clack. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, what he said. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Gavel. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Wipe. Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, I wonder if that speech bubble that they were showing was just a way for us to notice, because the whole presentation of it, once the interface for switching your point of view was completely different. Like, there was a vocal reaction and a much more pronounced physical reaction. Always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Orc, cough, gag. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Gasp. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see that. One day our police force will be amongst the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Orc, gag, choke, cough. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Oh. Sad. How times have not changed. But what does it say? That's what I'm asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder. So it's not that he was dead sometime before, it's he was dead by the time he was shot. Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Gavel. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Idea when he burnt his hand, winter broth as. Another way. So we're gonna save and present the bottle. All right, maybe. We are pretty close to wrapping up for the night, I think. Really, that's a good opportunity. It's a good reminder for me to look at the clock. So I think we're going to save again here, and I'm going to hold to my tradition of a second save slot. And we're going to call it there. Oh, I'm really happy with how this new entry is looking. It's got a lot of the modern trappings of the later games. So we'll see how some of this plays out. We're still in the midst of the tutorial mission. Like, 5 hours in. It's solid stuff. So yeah, good times, good times. What did you folks think? Yep. So far, they haven't pulled any really screwy things. We'll have to see how the game progresses. The tutorial trial does tend to be a little more grounded. But hopefully we'll have more stuff like this where it is they pull less kind of off-the-wall shenanigans as far as that doesn't make sense, you know? But yeah. We'll be playing this, of course, again next week. We'll see how it's scheduled. I do want to remind folks that, and I'll do this a couple more times, next week's schedule is going to be a bit fuzzier. We do have some work around the factory that may disrupt transmissions. So there may be points in the schedule that are less certain. When a stream is going to start, I'll announce it. Starting at the time when the disruptions will commence. But yeah, so tomorrow we'll be playing some Danganronpa, and then Sunday we'll keep on poking at Motto Anomalies and see how much we get out of that game too. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Thanks as well to the newcomers to the channel. I hope we'll get an opportunity to see you again. And with that, we're going to wrap up. Thank you again, everybody, for watching with us.